Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The towers of Hogwarts loomed against the twilight sky, their many windows glowing like scattered lanterns. Inside, the hum of evening lessons drifted through stone corridors, the chatter of young witches and wizards, the flick of wands, the faint smell of singed parchment where charms had gone wrong. It was the ordinary bustle of the school, yet somewhere deep in the castle's oldest chamber, an extraordinary plan was taking shape. Professor Albus Dumbledore, not yet the venerable headmaster, but a bright, sharp-eyed teacher of transfiguration, leaned over a long workbench scattered with brass fittings, crystal lenses, and runes etched into thin sheets of silver. His wand rested across his fingers like a conductor's baton as he inspected the half-built device before him. The contraption looked like a telescope, though its body gleamed with shifting colors that no ordinary glass could hold. He called it the Aurelian lens. For weeks he had labored on this invention in secret, with only the occasional flutter of his phoenix companion Fawkes to keep him company. The purpose of the lens was simple in words, but daring in deed. It was meant to let Muggle instruments, those strange tools of science, record the patterns of magic. Magic was everywhere, flowing like hidden streams through the world, but never before had it been captured in a way that even a non-magical scholar could see. If the lens worked, it would prove something that Dumbledore believed to his core, that magic, the wondrous, was not chaos but order, bound by laws waiting to be discovered. He paused, brushing silver shavings from his robes. Outside the narrow window, the sky shimmered faintly. High above the Scottish Highlands, a rare celestial event was about to occur. A shifting curtain of aurora, brighter than any seen in a century. For one night only, the heavens themselves would align with the invisible tides of magic. It was the perfect moment to test the lens, but perfection had a price. If he missed this chance, he might never see another like it in his lifetime. A soft whoosh of wings broke his thoughts. Fawkes, glowing faintly in the torchlight, settled on a perch beside the table. The phoenix gave a low, questioning trill, tilting his head at the tangle of runes and brass. "Yes, yes," Dumbledore said, smiling despite his weariness. "It looks a dreadful mess, doesn't it? But if I can finish this alignment before dawn, the whole wizarding world may see what I've suspected all along, that magic can be measured." The phoenix let out a single clear note, as if both warning and encouragement. At that very moment, the heavy oak door creaked open. A round-faced man with thinning hair shuffled inside, carrying a box of tools. It was Mr. Catterick, the castle's electrician, one of the few squibs employed at Hogwarts to tend to the mysterious mingling of magical and Muggle wiring that kept lanterns glowing and bells ringing. He gave a small bow, eyes darting nervously around the chamber. "Begging your pardon, Professor," he said, "but I thought you might need these." He placed the box on the bench, then hesitated as his gaze fell on the gleaming lens. "Strange-looking thing, that. Not dangerous, I hope?" Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Only to ignorance, Mr. Catterick. No sparks or explosions, I promise." He thanked the man who left quickly, muttering about the oddness of professors. Yet when the door clicked shut, Dumbledore's smile faded. He had noticed something in Catterick's manner. A tension, a glance too sharp, as though the squib knew more than he let on. Dumbledore tucked the lens carefully into a padded case, whispering a protective charm over it. For though he was hopeful, he was not foolish. He knew there were those in the wizarding world who would never allow such an experiment to succeed. Whispers had reached him of a group calling themselves the Quietest Circle, witches and wizards, who believed that any attempt to bind magic with the logic of science was a threat to the statute of secrecy. To them, Dumbledore's work was dangerous, even heretical. They would rather destroy his lens than see it pointed at the stars. A sudden crash echoed from the corridor beyond. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand at once, light flaring at its tip, but it was only a dropped lantern carried by a passing caretaker. The castle was full of such noises, harmless and familiar. Still, unease lingered in his mind. If the circle truly knew of his plan, they would not wait long to strike. Fawkes gave another trill, sharper this time, and Dumbledore nodded. "You're right, old friend. We must be cautious. But come what may, I will not let fear halt discovery. Magic deserves to be understood." And so the stage was set. In 3 nights' time, the aurora would blaze above the highlands, and the Aurelian lens would either open a new chapter in the history of magic, or vanish forever into silence, undone by enemies lurking in shadow. The adventure had only just begun. The following morning dawned cold and misty. The towers of Hogwarts rose like watchful sentinels above the drifting fog, their pointed roofs touched by pale sunlight. In the great hall, the long tables were crowded with students chattering over breakfast, the air filled with the scent of toast, sausages, and pumpkin juice. Dumbledore sat among his colleagues at the staff table, though his thoughts were far away from porridge and owls. The case containing the Aurelian lens rested in his office, and with every passing hour, he felt the nearness of the aurora drawing closer, like a drumbeat building toward its climax. Professor Armando Dippet, the headmaster, leaned over to him with his usual good-natured curiosity. "You seem rather distracted this morning, Albus."
"Not overwhelmed with lesson plans, I hope?" Dumbledore forced a smile. "No, Headmaster. My thoughts are occupied with research." Dippet chuckled, slicing a boiled egg. "Research indeed. You and your endless projects. I swear, if I gave you a month's holiday, you'd find some mystery in the stones of the castle itself." Dumbledore's eyes glinted behind his half-moon spectacles. "Perhaps. There are more mysteries in these walls than any one of us can count." His attention was caught by a sudden flutter overhead. The Morning Post arrived, owls swooping through the high windows. Among them was a plain brown owl bearing a letter sealed with an unmarked black sigil. It dropped the envelope neatly onto Dumbledore's plate before winging away. He frowned. Few people outside Hogwarts corresponded with him, and fewer still with such anonymity. Breaking the seal, he unfolded the parchment. The message was short, written in a sharp, angular hand. "Cease your meddling with the natural order. Magic is not for measurement. The circle watches. The circle acts." A hush seemed to fall around him, though the hall rang with laughter and voices. Dumbledore read the note again, then slipped it into his sleeve. He had no doubt now. The Quietest Circle knew of the Aurelian lens, and if they watched, they would strike soon. He rose from the table, excusing himself with a murmur, and strode out into the corridor.
The torches flickered as he passed, casting long shadows on the walls. He made his way to the astronomy tower, where he knew the lens would be tested in days to come. Each stone stair echoed with his footsteps, steady but troubled. At the top, he unlocked the heavy door with a charm and stepped into the cold, open air. The tower stretched high above the lake, and the morning mist curled around its battlements. There he unpacked the lens, setting it on a tripod of silvered wood. The device gleamed in the pale light, runes glowing faintly, as though impatient for the sky to darken. 3 nights, Dumbledore murmured, touching the edge of the crystal. That is all we have. The sound of footsteps broke his concentration. He turned quickly, wand half raised. A woman had appeared in the doorway, tall, with dark hair pinned back and sharp eyes that seemed to weigh everything they saw. She wore the deep blue robes of the Department of Mysteries and carried herself with the self-assurance of one used to keeping secrets. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, inclining her head, "I am Winifred March, unspeakable of the Ministry. I have been sent to observe." "Observe?" Dumbledore echoed, slipping his wand away but not lowering his guard. "How very curious. My work is hardly official business of the Ministry." March's smile was thin. "And yet it concerns magic itself, and therefore concerns us all. There are whispers, Professor. Whispers of your attempt to subject magic to scientific inquiry. Some call it brilliance, others call it reckless. The Ministry prefers to know which is correct." Dumbledore studied her face. He had heard of the unspeakables, wizards and witches who delved into mysteries most dared not name. If she was here, then matters were more serious than he had imagined. "And what is your opinion, Madam March?" he asked lightly. "My opinion," she replied, stepping closer to the lens, "is that discoveries can be more dangerous than ignorance. If you measure magic, if you prove it obeys laws, you invite Muggle curiosity. And curiosity," her eyes glinted, "is the enemy of secrecy. Curiosity," Dumbledore said softly, "is also the mother of understanding." There was a silence between them, broken only by the cry of a raven circling the tower. March's expression gave away little, but her presence unsettled him. She was here to watch, perhaps to aid, or perhaps to stop him if the Ministry deemed his work a threat. He could not know. That night, after the students had gone to bed and the castle had grown hushed, Dumbledore returned to his chamber. He set quills, scratching across parchment, drawing diagrams, recalculating alignments. Yet even as he worked, he felt the prickle of unease. The circle had threatened. March was watching. And worse, he had not forgotten the look in Catterick's eyes the night before, the squib groundsman, helpful yet strangely troubled. As midnight deepened, Dumbledore locked away his notes and extinguished the candles. But he slept little. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of his chamber, and twice he thought he heard footsteps outside his door. Fawkes stirred restlessly on his perch, feathers glowing faintly as though warding off some unseen darkness. The next evening, disaster struck. The astronomy tower was found in disarray, bookshelves overturned, scrolls scattered, and the lens itself gone. Dumbledore arrived at the scene within minutes, his cloak billowing behind him. Professor Dippet, summoned by the alarm, looked bewildered at the chaos. "Burglary in the heart of Hogwarts?" Dippet muttered. "Impossible." "Not impossible," Dumbledore said grimly, crouching by the empty tripod. The protective wards he had placed had been unraveled with precision.
Whoever had taken the lens had skill and determination. He touched the floor and found a trace of ash. Magical ash, the kind left by cloaking spells. From the shadows of the stairway, Winifred March appeared, her expression sharp. "It seems your invention has attracted dangerous company, Professor. Perhaps now you see the wisdom of restraint." Dumbledore's eyes flashed. "On the contrary, this proves my work is vital. Someone wishes to silence it. I must recover the lens before they do more than steal." March folded her arms. "And who do you suppose is behind this?" "The Circle," Dumbledore replied without hesitation. "The Circle acts." He rose, determination hardening within him. The theft was not the end, but the beginning. If the lens had been taken, he would find it. If enemies plotted, he would face them. And if the aurora came while the lens lay in another's hands, then the chance of discovery, the chance of truth itself, might be lost forever. The hunt had begun. The theft spread whispers through the corridors of Hogwarts, like a sudden draft of icy air. Students spoke in hurried voices, speculating about curses and intruders. Some claimed Peeves, the poltergeist, had finally gone too far. Others insisted it was dark wizards slipping past the castle's protections. By breakfast, the entire school seemed abuzz with the rumor, "Professor Dumbledore's invention has vanished." Dumbledore himself, however, did not linger at the staff table. He barely touched his porridge before rising, his mind already running through possibilities. His instincts told him the quietest circle was behind it. They had warned him, then struck. Yet questions gnawed at him. How had they entered the castle? Why had none of the wards sounded an alarm? And why was there no trace of struggle? March awaited him in the entrance hall. She stood rigid as a spear, her blue, unspeakable robes crisp despite the early hour. Her sharp eyes studied him as he approached. "You're already set to chase shadows," she remarked. "I have no time to waste," Dumbledore replied, fastening his cloak. "The aurora will come in 2 nights. If the lens is not recovered by then, all will be lost." March's lips curved into something that might have been a smile, though it carried no warmth. "Then I shall accompany you. The Ministry insists on being present at every step. You may think yourself the only guardian of secrets, Professor, but secrecy is our trade." Dumbledore offered no protest, though inwardly he bristled. He did not trust her, not yet. But for now, he needed all eyes turned toward the trail of the thieves. Their first lead came from a source Dumbledore had suspected from the beginning. Mr. Catterick, the squib electrician. The man was found down by the boathouse, fumbling with coils of wire, his hands trembling as though they had been burned. When Dumbledore approached, he nearly dropped his tools. "Professor," Catterick stammered, his face pale, "I heard what happened." "Terrible, isn't it? A burglary here of all places." "Spare me the performance, Mr. Catterick," Dumbledore said quietly. "You were in my chamber days ago. You saw the lens. Tell me honestly, what part have you played in its disappearance?" The squib's eyes darted left and right like a rabbit seeking escape. March stepped closer, her voice cool. "If you do not answer, the Ministry will assume the worst. Squibs are not above the law nor above suspicion." "No!" Catterick cried, nearly dropping to his knees. "I never wanted any of it. They came to me, said if I didn't help, they'd hurt my sister. She lives in London, you see. I couldn't risk it. They forced me to smuggle word out of the castle, to tell them where the lens was kept." His voice broke and tears welled in his eyes.
I didn't think they'd truly come for it. Please believe me. Dumbledore placed a hand on the man's shoulder. I do believe you, he said softly. But you must tell us everything. Who came? How did they reach you? Catterick shuddered. A woman in a cloak, face hidden. She called herself only a messenger of the circle. She gave me a coin, strange, cold, always humming. I was to hold it and think of the lens. That was enough for them to know. March's eyes narrowed. Tracking tokens, old illegal enchantments. Someone in the circle has power indeed. Dumbledore straightened, resolve hardening. Where's the coin now? I threw it into the Black Lake, Catterick whispered. Couldn't bear it near me any longer. Please, Professor, I never meant harm. The Phoenix Fox, who had followed them unseen until now, let out a clear cry. Dumbledore stroked his beak, then turned to March. The circle has their hands on the lens. But where would they take it? Somewhere hidden, yet near enough to strike swiftly. March considered. There are old smuggling routes along the coast, abandoned lighthouses, caves warded by forgotten spells. The department has files on such places. Then we begin there, Dumbledore said. That afternoon they left Hogwarts by carriage, the wheels rattling down the steep road that led to Hogsmeade. The sky was iron gray, the wind sharp with the scent of rain. Fawkes flew above, a burning spark against the gloom. Inside the carriage, silence stretched until March spoke. Do you truly believe, Professor, that measuring magic will change the world? Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. I believe it will show the world that wonder and reason are not enemies, that what is beautiful may also be understood, that fear need not be our only guardian. March studied him for a long moment. Or it may show the Muggle world too much. You forget how hungry they are for power. Numbers and charts, they worship such things. If they see magic as a science, they will want it, study it, weaponize it. And then what becomes of our secrecy? Dumbledore smiled faintly. Secrecy is not safety, Madam March. It is a veil, and veils are always torn in the end. Their journey brought them to the windswept coast by nightfall. Waves roared against the cliffs, and gulls wheeled in the stormy air. There, rising against the horizon, stood a derelict lighthouse, its lantern shattered, its stones blackened by salt. March lifted her wand, murmuring detection spells, but Dumbledore was already gazing upward with narrowed eyes. Fawkes cried again, wings blazing with light. From a slit in the tower's stones, a faint glimmer answered, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. They are here, Dumbledore whispered. Cautiously they approached, the wind whipping their cloaks. The door was barred, but with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore transfigured the lock into sand. They slipped inside. The air was thick with damp and the smell of extinguished fire. Stairs spiraled upward into darkness. Halfway up they heard voices. Cloaked figures stood in the lantern chamber, gathered around the Aurelian lens. Runes glowed on its surface as they chanted, weaving spells to corrupt its enchantments. Dumbledore felt his heart lurch. If they succeeded, the lens would be destroyed. March's eyes gleamed. We strike now, she whispered. But before they could move, a cloaked figure turned, lowering their hood. To Dumbledore's shock, it was not some shadowy stranger, but Catterick himself. His face was pale, his eyes wild. He held the lens as though it burned his hands. No, he gasped. You promised you'd spare her. You said... The circle's leader, face hidden, hissed. Silence, do as you are told, or she suffers. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand. Catterick, he called, you are not their slave. Put the lens down. The
chamber froze, every eye turning. For one heartbeat, hope flickered in Catterick's eyes. But then the leader snarled a curse and chaos erupted. The chamber at the top of the lighthouse erupted into chaos. The instant Dumbledore's voice rang out. Cloaks swirled as wands snapped up, sparks flying. The circle had been caught in the midst of their ritual, and though surprised, their reaction was swift and merciless. Green light flashed across the room, searing the air with the hiss of a killing curse. "Down!" Dumbledore barked, flinging a shield charm in front of March. The curse ricocheted into the stone wall, scorching it black. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore sent a jet of blue flame spiraling outward, forcing the cloaked figures back from the lens. "Do not let them take it," cried the leader, their voice muffled by their hood. "Break it if you must, but do not let it fall into his hands." Catterick, trembling, clutched the Aurelian lens tighter to his chest. His face was pale with fear, yet his eyes darted toward Dumbledore as if begging for rescue. The Phoenix Fox burst through the shattered lantern window with a cry that split the storm, scattering sparks of golden light across the chamber. The circle faltered, momentarily blinded by the brilliance. March seized the moment. She strode forward, her wand cutting arcs of silver. 2 attackers went sprawling against the wall, disarmed by her ruthless precision. For the first time, Dumbledore saw the sharp efficiency of an unspeakable in battle, every movement calculated, every spell designed to disable swiftly. Yet there was something cold in her strikes, as if victory mattered more than mercy. "Catterick," Dumbledore called again, his voice firm and commanding, "give me the lens. You are no thief, no villain. You are a good man forced into their chains. You can break them now." The squib's lips parted as though he might obey, but the circle's leader lunged, seizing Catterick's arm and wrenching it back. "He belongs to us," they hissed, pressing the tip of their wand to his throat. "Stand down, Professor, or he dies." For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Lightning flashed through the broken glass above, illuminating the room in blinding white. Dumbledore stood very still, wand lowered slightly but eyes sharp behind his spectacles. Fawkes circled overhead, waiting. "Do you truly imagine," Dumbledore said quietly, "that threats will bind a man's soul forever? Fear is a leash, but leashes fray. Catterick, hear me. Your courage can unmake them." The leader snarled, pushing their wand harder against Catterick's skin, but before they could utter a spell, the Phoenix plunged. Fawkes streaked down like a comet, his feathers blazing. With a shriek, he struck the leader's hood, tearing it back and sending the wand flying. The circle's voice became a howl of rage as their face was revealed, a gaunt witch with eyes like burning coals. "Enough!" she cried. "Destroy it now!" Her followers surged forward, wands crackling. Spells crisscrossed the chamber, striking stone, wood, and iron alike. The lighthouse shook with the force of their fury. Catterick stumbled back, clutching the lens as if it weighed 100 stones. Dumbledore dashed forward, conjuring a protective dome around the man. Bolts of magic ricocheted harmlessly off it, leaving only sparks in the air. "Stay behind me," Dumbledore ordered. With a twist of his wrist, he sent a transfiguration spell spinning into the stone floor. The flagstones warped and rose, reshaping into jagged walls that blocked half the circle from advancing. March darted through the gap, striking with brutal precision. She caught one attacker with a stunner so strong it hurled him against the railing, where he lay unmoving.
Yet the leader was no ordinary witch. Raising her arms, she spoke in a voice that made the air tremble. The lens in Catterick's arms pulsed with unnatural light, runes flickering dangerously. Dumbledore's heart lurched. She was forcing a feedback through its structure, twisting its delicate harmonies into chaos. "Stop," he shouted, his wand lashing out. A rope of golden light coiled around the lens, pulling it away from Catterick. Just as the feedback peaked, the device shuddered in midair, glowing like a miniature sun, then calmed as Dumbledore muttered a rapid sequence of counter charms. The circle howled in fury. One raised their wand, aiming not at Dumbledore but at Catterick. Dumbledore reacted in a heartbeat. His shield charm blossomed before the man, intercepting the curse. The force of it rattled his bones, but he stood firm. "You see?" he said to the circle, his voice carrying above the storm. "You do not guard magic. You pervert it. You wield it as chains and daggers, not as wonder. And that is why you will lose." The leader snarled, retreating toward the stairwell. "You think this is finished, Dumbledore? You are wrong. Magic measured is magic profaned. The circle will never allow your heresy to take root." With a violent sweep of her cloak, she vanished into smoke, her followers scattering with her. Spells cracked against the walls as they fled down the stairs, their footsteps echoing into the storm. The chamber fell still, save for the roar of the sea below. Catterick collapsed to his knees, gasping, while Dumbledore caught the Aurelian lens in his arms, cradling it as though it were a child. Its glow had dimmed, but it was intact. "Professor," Catterick whispered, "I only wanted her safe." "You have done well," Dumbledore said gently, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "You resisted them at the end, and that matters. Courage is never too late." Fawkes settled beside them, his song soft and soothing. The golden notes seemed to banish the lingering fear from the air. March, however, stood with arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "You may have won tonight, Professor, but do not mistake survival for victory. The circle will regroup, they will strike harder, and next time, perhaps even you will not stand against them." Her words carried no triumph, only an odd satisfaction, as though she had seen exactly what she hoped to see. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. There was something in her eyes, a flicker of calculation, of withheld intent, that made unease stir in his chest. But there was no time to unravel her secrets now. The lens was saved, yet the aurora would come in only 2 nights. Every hour mattered. "We must return to Hogwarts," he said, rising. "The lens needs repair before it can be tested, and we cannot assume the circle will not try again." March inclined her head, her smile thin. "Then let us see if your science can withstand more than one battle." The storm lashed the lighthouse as they departed, the sea roaring against the cliffs. Behind them, the stones seemed to shudder with the memory of the fight. Ahead, the path wound back toward the waiting world, toward Hogwarts, where discovery and danger would soon collide. The aurora drew closer, and with it, the true test of the Aurelian lens. The journey back to Hogwarts was silent. Rain lashed against the carriage windows as the wheels rattled over the rutted road. Catterick dozed fitfully, his head lolling against the wooden frame, but Dumbledore did not close his eyes. The Aurelian lens rested in a protective case upon his lap, its surface dulled and flickering like an ember struggling for breath. Though saved from the circle's clutches, it bore the scars of their tampering. Tiny fractures spiderwebbed across the crystal, Runes dimmed to a pale shadow of their usual brilliance. Fawkes perched opposite him, feathers still glowing faintly as if he alone stood guard against the night. March sat at Dumbledore's side, her posture composed, her eyes gleaming with thought. She had fought with precision in the lighthouse, yet Dumbledore could not rid himself of the feeling that she had measured every moment not for victory, but for study. She had watched him, watched his spells, his choices, his words. The carriage lurched to a halt before the castle gates, and the massive doors of Hogwarts swung open to admit them. Inside, the corridors were hushed. Midnight had passed and the castle slumbered. Only the suits of armor stirred faintly as they crossed the flagstones, their visors clanking as though whispering secrets. Dumbledore led the way to his chamber. With careful hands, he placed the lens upon the workbench, then lit every candle in the room. The golden light caught on the fractured crystal, throwing shards of brightness across the walls. He bent close, murmuring charms of analysis, his wand tip glowing as he traced each damaged rune. March stood at a distance, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "How long will it take to repair?" she asked at last. "Until dawn, perhaps," Dumbledore replied without looking up. "Perhaps longer." Their ritual did more than scar the surface. It attempted to unmake the lens at its heart. But Phoenix fire is resilient. The bindings can be restored. March's eyes flicked to Fawkes, who watched silently from his perch. "So the bird is part of this work, too?" Dumbledore glanced at her, smiling faintly. "You speak as if he were a tool. Fawkes is no tool. He is a companion. His magic is his own." March tilted her head. "Companions, tools. Names mean little. What matters is power." Her words pricked at him, but he returned to his work. Hours passed, broken only by the whisper of charms and the occasional hiss of rain against the window. At last, as dawn stained the sky pink and gold, the lens gave a low hum and flared with light. The fractures sealed, the runes brightened, and the device once again gleamed whole. Dumbledore exhaled, shoulders sagging. "It lives." "Until the next attack," March said smoothly. Before Dumbledore could reply, a knock came at the door. It was Professor Dippet, dressing gown trailing, hair in disarray. His face was grave. "Albus," he said, stepping inside, "I have received troubling news. The Ministry has contacted me directly. They demand that your experiment be postponed." Dumbledore straightened. "On what grounds?" "On grounds of safety," Dippet said heavily. "They fear your invention has already drawn dangerous attention, rightly so from what you have told me. They say further action might invite catastrophe." March's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "A wise decision." Dumbledore's gaze hardened. "Headmaster, if we delay, the aurora will pass. This opportunity will not come again in our lifetimes. What is lost tonight may be lost forever." Dippet wrung his hands. "I understand your passion, Albus, but the safety of this school is my first duty. If your work endangers Hogwarts, I cannot permit it." A silence stretched. Dumbledore's mind raced. The headmaster's caution was not unfounded, but surrendering now would mean yielding to fear and to the circle. He glanced at March, whose expression was almost triumphant, and his decision was made. "Very well," he said quietly. "If that is the Ministry's decree, I will comply." But in his heart he knew he would not. That evening, when the castle had settled once more into sleep, Dumbledore prepared in secret. He gathered the lens, his notes, and his wand,
then climbed the winding stairs to the astronomy tower. Fawkes followed silently, his feathers glowing in the dark. Outside, the sky was clear for the first time in days, and faint bands of silver light shimmered on the horizon, the first heralds of the aurora to come. Yet he was not alone. A shadow moved at the top of the stair. March stepped into the moonlight, her eyes sharp as blades. "You disobey orders," she said. "I follow necessity," Dumbledore replied. "The Ministry will not forgive this." "The Ministry does not see what is at stake." March regarded him for a long moment. Then, with deliberate slowness, she drew her wand. "You are reckless, Professor. Reckless men must sometimes be stopped." The air tightened. For the first time, Dumbledore felt the full weight of her presence. Not as an ally, not as a colleague, but as a rival. She had fought at his side against the Circle, yet her true loyalty lay elsewhere. The Ministry had sent her not merely to observe, but to control, perhaps even to sabotage. "Why?" he asked softly. "Why would you stop discovery?" March's eyes glinted coldly. "Because knowledge breeds danger. Because you would place our world beneath the lens of Muggle science. And once seen, it cannot be unseen. Magic must remain mystery. That is its strength." Dumbledore shook his head. "Mystery is not strength. It is shadow. And shadows breed fear." For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, without warning, March struck. A jet of red light shot across the tower, narrowly missing his shoulder. Dumbledore countered with a shield charm, sparks scattering into the night. Fawkes screamed, wings blazing as he soared into the sky. The duel began. March's spells were swift and merciless. She hurled curses that twisted stone, shattered railings, scorched air. Dumbledore answered with transfigurations, turning her bolts into harmless butterflies, her ropes into streams of water. The tower trembled with their clash, the stars themselves seeming to watch. "Yield!" March shouted, her wand slashing arcs of fire. "Never!" Dumbledore replied, eyes fierce. With a powerful gesture, he sent a wave of magic surging toward her, not to harm, but to disarm. Her wand flew from her hand, clattering across the stones. For a moment the tower fell silent but for their ragged breaths. March's eyes burned with fury, yet she did not scramble for her wand. Instead, she smiled, a thin, calculating smile. "You may defeat me, Professor, but you will not defeat the Circle. You cannot fight us all." Her words struck him cold. Us all. The truth glimmered in her eyes. March was no mere agent of the Ministry. She was a double agent, bound to the Circle itself. Before he could react, she stepped back into the shadows, vanishing in a shimmer of smoke. Her laughter lingered in the night air, cruel and triumphant. Dumbledore stood alone on the tower, the lens in his hands. Fawkes circling above. The aurora shimmered faintly on the horizon, brighter now, its curtains unfurling across the heavens. The hour was nearly upon him, but he was no longer facing one enemy. He was facing many, and among them was one who had fought at his side. The next day at Hogwarts dawned bright and cold, the kind of morning that sharpened every stone of the castle against the sky. Students poured into the courtyards, their voices carrying high as they hurried to lessons. To them, it was an ordinary day, but to Albus Dumbledore, every tick of the clock was a hammer striking against his chest. Tonight, the aurora would blaze across the heavens, and tonight, the Aurelian lens must be tested, or else all his labor would be in vain. Yet the shadow of betrayal lay heavy upon him.
Winifred March was gone, her treachery revealed in fire and curses. Whether the ministry knew of her ties to the quietest circle, he could not guess. But he knew this much: she would not leave Hogwarts behind. She would strike again before the night was through. In the staff room, Dumbledore stood before the long window, gazing out over the lake. His colleagues sat in scattered chairs, sipping tea and marking essays, unaware of the storm gathering in their midst. Professor Dippet shuffled in with a stack of notices, his spectacles slipping down his nose. "Albus," he said gravely, "I have heard disturbing reports. They say there was a duel on the astronomy tower. That unspeakable woman, where is she?" "Gone," Dumbledore replied simply. "Gone?" Dippet echoed. "She revealed herself as untrustworthy," Dumbledore said, choosing his words carefully. "She sought to prevent my work by force. I would not allow it." The staff room fell into silence. Even Professor Merrythought, usually brisk with laughter, looked uneasy. Dippet sighed. "Albus, you have always been brilliant, but brilliance does not excuse recklessness. This school is not a battlefield." "No," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes hardened. "But battle has come regardless. Whether we will it or not, the circle moves against us. They have already stolen once. They will try again tonight. If we yield, they win. If we stand, they may falter." Dippet opened his mouth, then closed it again, looking tired and old. "I cannot approve, but I will not hinder you. Merlin, help us if this goes wrong." The day dragged on like a weight. Dumbledore spent every hour in his chamber, making the lens ready. Fawkes perched upon the sill, his feathers glowing with quiet fire, watching as Dumbledore traced runes anew, polished crystal, and reset the delicate balance of charms that bound the device together. At midday, Catterick entered pale and drawn. He had been kept within the castle since the lighthouse battle, watched by professors who feared he might still be under the circle's sway. But when he looked at Dumbledore, his eyes held only weary desperation. "Professor," he said, voice trembling, "is it true? The Aurora will come tonight?" "Yes," Dumbledore replied. Catterick swallowed. "Then they will come too. They will not let you succeed." Dumbledore placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Perhaps, but we are not helpless, Mr. Catterick. You showed courage once already, when you resisted them at the end. Will you show it again, if need arises?" The squib's eyes widened. "Me? But I am no wizard. I cannot duel, I cannot cast. Courage takes many forms," Dumbledore said gently. "Spells are only one, resolve is another, and there are things even a squib can do to turn the tide." Catterick hesitated, then gave a jerky nod. By evening, the castle was wrapped in expectation. A peculiar hush fell over the corridors as torches flared brighter than usual, their flames tinged with strange colors. The aurora was beginning. Curtains of green and violet light spread across the night sky, shimmering over the towers like silken banners. Students crowded at the windows, pointing upward with wonder. But on the astronomy tower, there was no time for wonder. Dumbledore had erected protective wards stronger than any he had ever woven. Invisible barriers shimmered across the battlements, and charms of silence cloaked the chamber, hiding their work from curious ears. The lens stood in the center upon its silver tripod, glowing faintly in answer to the heavens. Catterick hovered nearby, wringing his hands, while Fawkes perched upon the railing, his song weaving calm into the cold night air. Dumbledore moved around the lens, adjusting its alignment, speaking to it in murmured charms. Then he froze. A sound stirred in the stairwell below, the scrape of boots, the faint hiss of whispers. His wards flared in warning. "They are here," Dumbledore said. Before he could ready himself, the door blasted open. Cloaked figures surged through, their wands flashing with sickly green light. The quietest circle had come in force. Catterick gave a cry and ducked behind the lens as curses shattered against the protective wards. Dumbledore's wand leapt to his hand. He cast a sweeping shield that flung the attackers back, sparks raining across the stones. Fawkes dived, his fire scattering the intruders. For a moment, the battle teetered. Then a familiar voice cut through the din. "Stand aside." March strode into the chamber, her eyes blazing. No longer cloaked in ministry blue, she now wore the dark garb of the Circle, her wand raised high. "Dumbledore," she said, her voice ringing with triumph. "You should have listened. Tonight your folly ends." With a sharp motion, she flung a curse not at Dumbledore, but at the lens. He reacted instantly, transfiguring the bolt into a harmless ribbon of smoke before it could strike. "You would destroy it?" he demanded. "Better destroyed than profaned," March spat. "Better broken than bound to your chains of science." The Circle rallied behind her, chanting in harsh unison. Their voices twisted the air, reaching for the lens. Its glow flickered, bending beneath their will. Dumbledore's heart pounded. He could not allow them to overwhelm it. "Fawkes!" he cried. The phoenix burst into flame, diving through the chamber in a blaze of gold. His cry rose above the chanting, shattering their rhythm. The lens steadied, its light brightening. Dumbledore seized the moment. He hurled spell after spell, his wand a blur. Beams of light ricocheted, disarming, binding, scattering. Yet still March stood, her eyes locked on his. She moved with uncanny precision, every counterspell ready, every strike aimed at his weakest points. They clashed in the heart of the tower, spell meeting spell in explosions of light. Around them the aurora shone, brighter and brighter, painting the night in wild colors. The lens hummed, eager, straining, ready to capture what no instrument had ever captured before. But the Circle was relentless. More poured into the chamber, their numbers swelling. Catterick cried out as one seized him, dragging him toward the stair. Without thinking, Dumbledore cast a transfiguration that turned the railing into a serpent of iron, coiling around the attacker and tearing him away. March laughed. "You cannot save them all," she cried, "and when you fail, the world will thank us for stopping you." Her words struck like barbs, but Dumbledore pressed forward. He could not falter, not now. With a fierce gesture, he summoned a wall of fire between the lens and the Circle, shielding it as he prepared the final sequence of charms. The aurora blazed overhead, the sky alive with color. The moment had come. The lens must be activated now, or all was lost. But March's eyes gleamed with terrible certainty. She raised her wand, and in her hand was not the stolen copy of the lens he had feared, but a shard of it, the piece she had managed to corrupt before fleeing the tower 2 nights ago. Its runes glowed with unstable light, a trap waiting to be sprung. Dumbledore's heart lurched. If she unleashed it now, the explosion would not only shatter the lens, but the tower itself. The night hung on a knife's edge, and Dumbledore had but one chance to tip the balance. The astronomy tower shook beneath the fury of battle. Spells burst like fireworks against the wards, spraying sparks that hissed into the night air. The aurora had reached its full glory, streaming curtains of green and violet that rippled above the castle, flooding the battlements with shifting light. The Aurelian lens thrummed in the center of the chamber, alive with power, as though the sky itself were pouring into it. Dumbledore stood before it, wand blazing, robes torn by fire and smoke. His eyes shone fiercely behind his half-moon spectacles, every movement precise, every incantation sharp. Around him, circle witches and wizards pressed forward, their chants battering his shields, their curses gouging stone from the floor. And at their head was Winifred March. She raised the corrupted shard she carried, its surface glowing sickly red, and cried out words that twisted the air. The shard pulsed violently, threads of unstable magic lashing outward like cracks in a dam. "You see, Dumbledore?" she shouted, her voice carrying above the storm. "Your precious science cannot tame magic. It only breaks it. Tonight, I will prove it. Your lens will collapse, your tower will fall, and every witness will see the truth." Dumbledore's heart pounded, but his voice was steady. "You mistake destruction for truth, March. Magic is not chaos. It is life, ordered and wondrous, and it deserves more than fear." He swept his wand, summoning a gust of wind that tore through the chamber, scattering cloaks and breaking the circle's chant. Fawkes dived through the maelstrom, a comet of flame, his cry piercing every shadow. The phoenix struck the shard in March's hand, scorching it with golden fire. She shrieked, clutching the half-melted piece, but even wounded, she held on. The lens began to glow brighter, resonating with the aurora overhead. Its runes pulsed in rhythm with the lights of the sky, humming like a vast chord struck by unseen hands. Dumbledore's chance had come, but it was perilously fragile. One misstep, one curse breaking through, and the entire experiment would collapse into ruin. "Catterick," he called. The squib stumbled from behind the protective wall of fire, terror in his eyes. What can I do?" "Hold the focus steady," Dumbledore commanded, pointing to the runed tripod. "It must not shift as the heavens align. You have no wand, but you have hands. Trust them." Catterick swallowed hard, then darted to the tripod, gripping the handles with white knuckles. The lens steadied, its humming deepening. Dumbledore turned back to March, who had recovered enough to raise her wand again. Her eyes blazed with hatred. "You cannot win." "Perhaps not," Dumbledore said quietly. "But neither can you stop the dawn." With a sweep of his wand, he began the activation. Runes leapt into light along the lens, circling faster and faster until they formed a spinning crown of gold. The aurora above surged, its colors pouring downward like rivers into the crystal. A sound filled the air, not of music nor thunder, but something deeper, as though the world itself were exhaling. March screamed, flinging curse after curse at the device. Dumbledore countered, his wand a blur. Sparks and fire danced between them, the chamber echoing with roars of magic. The circle pressed harder, their voices raised in a last, desperate chant. But Dumbledore stood firm. Then came the breaking point. March hurled the corrupted shard into the center of the lens. For one terrible instant, the chamber filled with a blinding red light, the lens shaking violently. Catterick cried out, nearly thrown backward. Dumbledore's stomach lurched. The fragile harmony of the device was unraveling. Without hesitation, he slashed his wand in a desperate arc. Fawkes, answering instantly, dived once more, his tears falling in shining drops onto the lens. The phoenix's magic sank into the cracks, cooling and soothing, binding what March had tried to shatter. The red light faded. The lens steadied, glowing now with a clear, radiant brilliance. The aurora above flared one final time, brighter than the sun. The lens captured it, storing the impossible beauty and patterns of light that etched themselves into crystal and silver. For the first time in history, magic was measured, not diminished, not destroyed, but recorded in a way both wizard and muggle might one day see. March fell to her knees, her eyes wide with fury and despair. "No," she whispered, "it cannot be." The circle broke. Some fled, some collapsed as Dumbledore's binding spells caught them. Their chants faltered, their will crumbled. The chamber rang with silence, broken only by the hum of the lens and the soft cry of the phoenix. Dumbledore lowered his wand, sweat streaming down his face. He looked to Catterick, who still clung to the tripod, trembling but unbroken. "You did well?" Dumbledore said. Catterick gave a shaky nod, tears running down his face. Dumbledore turned to March. She glared up at him, her face twisted with hatred. "You think you've won?" she spat. "But what you've done is worse than failure. You've opened the door. You've tempted the world with forbidden knowledge. And when the consequences come, it will be on your head." Dumbledore's eyes were sorrowful but steady. "Then I will bear them. For truth is always worth the burden." With a flick of his wand, he bound her in chains of light. She screamed, struggling, but the magic held fast. The aurora began to fade, its glory passing into memory. The lens dimmed, settling into stillness, its task complete. Fawkes alighted on Dumbledore's shoulder. His song gentle now, a lullaby after storm. The battle was over, the night was won, but even in victory, Dumbledore knew the circle's words carried weight. He had measured magic, had proven it could be studied, and that truth would ripple through the world in ways none could yet foresee. The path of science had touched the realm of sorcery, and neither would ever be quite the same. Morning broke clear and golden across the turrets of Hogwarts. Sunlight poured through the tall windows of the Great Hall, casting long beams across the four-house tables where students chattered with bright voices, unaware of the battle that had raged above their sleeping heads only hours before. They pointed instead to the Daily Prophet owls, swooping in with the day's edition, their front pages still blank, soon to be filled with news that none of them yet knew. At the staff table, however, silence reigned. Professors who usually laughed over tea sat with grave expressions. Headmaster Dippet shuffled restlessly in his chair, glancing again and again toward Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore himself sat quietly, his plate untouched. Before him rested a wooden case bound with protective charms. Inside lay the Aurelian lens, whole once more, its crystal gleaming softly. He felt its weight constantly, not only in his hands but in his heart. The battle was over, the circle defeated, March bound, the aurora captured. And yet the questions that followed pressed down on him heavier than any duel. A rustle of wings broke the silence as a ministry owl swooped down, dropping a scroll before Headmaster Dippet. He opened it with trembling hands, read swiftly, and then let out a sigh that seemed to deflate him. "Well," he said at last, "the ministry arrives by noon. They demand explanation and proof. Albus, they will want to see the device." A murmur went around the staff table. Professor Merrythought frowned. "Proof of what, exactly?" "That magic," Dumbledore said softly, "may be measured." A hush fell. Even the usually talkative Professor Binns looked faintly startled, though he drifted through his teacup as absent-mindedly as ever. "Measured?" scoffed old Professor Galatea Merrythought, shaking her head. "Magic is felt, lived, wielded, not counted like coins in a purse." "Perhaps so. Dumbledore said, his eyes kind. "But feelings may yet have form. The aurora has left its mark in the lens. It can be repeated, observed. It is no longer only belief, it is knowledge." Dippet shifted uneasily. "Knowledge is one thing. The Ministry's temper is another. And after what happened with March, they may not look kindly on your defiance." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Then I shall face them. Truth must not be hidden simply because it is unwelcome." By midday, the Ministry delegation had arrived. The carriages drawn by thestrals swept into the courtyard, their black forms gleaming under the sun. From them descended solemn figures in dark robes. Officials from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, 2 stern members of the Wizengamot, and to Dumbledore's dismay, no fewer than 3 unspeakables cloaked in silver masks. March was brought down from the dungeons to be handed over. She walked between 2 aurors, her wrists bound with glowing chains, her expression one of cold triumph, despite her capture. When her eyes met Dumbledore's across the courtyard, she smiled. "You think them your allies?" she murmured as she passed. "Wait until they see what you've made. Then you will learn who truly fears knowledge most." Her words lingered long after she was taken away. The lens was displayed in the headmaster's office that afternoon. Dumbledore stood beside it as Ministry officials crowded the chamber. The great crystal gleamed softly upon its tripod, runes faintly pulsing in rhythm with the world around it. An unspeakable stepped forward. "Demonstrate." Dumbledore inclined his head. He touched his wand to the lens, murmuring a phrase. The crystal stirred to life, humming gently. With careful hands, he adjusted its focus toward a simple flame conjured in midair. The runes brightened. The flame's magical field shimmered, captured and traced within the lens as rippling lines of light across its surface. Gasps filled the chamber. "It records the charm," one of the Wizengamot whispered. "Not merely records," Dumbledore corrected softly. "It shows that magic endures, that it leaves behind a measurable imprint, repeatable, observable, undeniable." Silence followed. Then an auror muttered, "Dangerous." The unspeakables exchanged glances behind their masks. Finally, one spoke. "You understand, Professor, that this must be taken into Ministry custody at once." Dippet looked alarmed. "But surely—" "It is not safe here," the unspeakable interrupted. "The circle has already struck. If word spreads that such a device exists, the statute of secrecy itself trembles. This is Ministry matter now." Dumbledore felt a pang. He had expected this, yet it cut all the same. His work, his vision, taken from him the moment it proved true. He met the unspeakable's gaze calmly. "If the Ministry believes so, I will not resist. But do not lock it away only to bury it. Let the truth be studied. Let it be known that wonder has order, that magic, for all its mystery, is not chaos but law." The unspeakable gave no reply. The lens was sealed in a charmed chest and carried away. That evening, Dumbledore walked alone through the quiet grounds. The sunset bathed the lake in fire, and the forbidden forest stood dark and watchful. Fawkes fluttered beside him, perching on a branch with a soft trill. "You think me reckless too, don't you?" Dumbledore said. The phoenix tilted his head, then sang, a song both mournful and bright, as if to say that all choices carried both loss and hope. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Perhaps you are right. The Ministry will hide the lens. The circle will return. And still I have given them a glimpse of truth. That is enough." He stopped at the edge of the lake. Reflections of the aurora shimmered faintly still upon its surface,
fading slowly from the night before. He watched until the last ribbon of color sank into darkness. The battle was won, the truth revealed. Yet the story was not over, for already he sensed that the circle's defeat was but a pause, not an end, and in the halls of the ministry, whispers would spread about science and sorcery, about the man who had dared to bind them together. Dumbledore turned back toward the castle, his robes billowing in the evening breeze. Whatever storms lay ahead, he would face them, for wonder deserved to be understood, and truth, once kindled, could not so easily be snuffed out. The ministry delegation left Hogwarts the next morning, their carriages rolling out across the frosted lawns. The chest containing the Aurelian lens went with them, guarded by aurors and unspeakables alike. To most within the castle, it was simply another curious ministry visit, important but distant, and soon forgotten beneath the ordinary bustle of school life. Yet Albus Dumbledore knew better. He watched from an upper window as the carriages dwindled into specks along the road to Hogsmeade. A chill lingered in his heart, though the sun rose warm and bright. The lens was gone from his hands, and with it, perhaps, the future he had dreamed of. But it was not gone from the world, and that he knew was enough to stir storms far beyond the castle walls. In the days that followed, Hogwarts returned to its usual rhythm. Lessons resumed, owls fluttered in and out, and laughter rang in the corridors. Students speculated about the aurora and the strange noises from the astronomy tower, but none knew the truth. Even the staff spoke of it rarely, preferring to bury the memory of duels and danger beneath marking and meal times. For Dumbledore, however, there was no forgetting. He threw himself into teaching with fresh energy, guiding students through transfiguration with patience and brilliance. Yet his thoughts often strayed to the lens, sealed now in some ministry vault, studied perhaps, or more likely hidden away, its knowledge denied to all. One evening while returning from class, he encountered Mr. Catterick in the corridor. The squib looked worn, his face lined with worry. He bowed awkwardly. "Professor," he said, "I wish to thank you. If not for you, they would have used me till the end. You gave me a chance to stand free." Dumbledore smiled gently. "You gave yourself that chance. Courage, Mr. Catterick, is never forced. It is chosen." Catterick hesitated. "Do you think they will come again? The circle?" Dumbledore's gaze grew distant. "Yes, they will not rest. Knowledge denied becomes hunger, and hunger breeds shadows. Far from Hogwarts, in a hidden chamber deep beneath the streets of London, shadows gathered indeed. The quietest circle had not perished with their defeat on the astronomy tower. Their leader, gaunt, sharp-eyed, her hood casting her face into darkness, stood at the head of a stone table. Around it sat her followers, their faces pale in the flickering torchlight. "We lost the lens," one muttered bitterly. "We lost the battle," corrected the leader, "not the war. The device was completed. It worked. That is enough. The ministry holds it now, and the ministry fears it. Fear is the crack we needed." Another figure leaned forward, but March failed us. "March bought us time," the leader said coldly. "Her actions exposed the ministry's weakness. They tremble at knowledge just as we do. Do you not see? Dumbledore has forced their hand. They will hide the lens, bury it where none can touch it, and in their secrecy they will prove our creed that magic must never be measured." The circle murmured in agreement, yet beneath their words ran unease. Dumbledore had stood against them and triumphed. He had proven courage and wit enough to match their fury. The leader raised her hand. Do not mistake delay for defeat. The lens may be sealed, but others will come. Dumbledore will not stop. He cannot. He is too curious, too bold. And when he builds again, we shall be waiting. We will tear truth itself from his hands, and this time no phoenix will save him. Her words echoed through the chamber, and the circle bowed their heads. Back at Hogwarts, whispers of the Ministry's actions reached the staff room. Some said the lens was already destroyed. Others insisted the Department of Mysteries had locked it in their deepest vault. Dumbledore listened, saying little. He had his suspicions. One evening, Headmaster Dippet called him to his office. The old wizard looked weary, his face drawn by the weight of leadership. Albus, he said, I have received word from the Ministry. They commend your bravery, yet they caution me strongly. They say your invention was a danger, that you pushed too far. Dumbledore inclined his head. Perhaps I did, but if danger is the price of discovery, it is a price I will not shrink from. Dippet sighed. You are young still, Albus. Younger than your wisdom sometimes suggests. I fear your path will be a hard one. The world does not forgive those who bring it truths it does not wish to hear. Then let the burden be mine, Dumbledore said softly. The headmaster looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. I trust you, Albus, but I pray your trust in yourself does not lead you astray. That night, alone in his chamber, Dumbledore unrolled the parchment of notes he had kept hidden even from the Ministry. They were incomplete sketches, rough diagrams, fragments of thought that might one day lead to another device, another attempt. He stared at them by candlelight, his quill poised. Fawkes stirred upon his perch, trilling softly. Dumbledore looked up. Not tonight, old friend. Tonight we rest, but tomorrow we begin again. The phoenix sang, his voice clear and bright, filling the chamber with light. And though shadows gathered in secret places and whispers of fear spread through the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore felt no despair. For knowledge, once kindled, could never truly be extinguished. It might be hidden, it might be feared, but it would endure. The circle would return, the Ministry would resist, but so would he. And so the story, though pausing, was far from finished. Autumn deepened over the Scottish Highlands. The trees on the edge of the Forbidden Forest burned gold and crimson, and the lake mirrored their colors in glassy silence. Hogwarts bustled with its usual rhythm, lessons, laughter, Quidditch matches, but beneath the surface, unease lingered. The Ministry's intervention had left a bruise upon the castle, invisible yet felt by all who sensed that something extraordinary had taken place in their midst and been swiftly snatched away. For Albus Dumbledore, that bruise was sharpest of all. He went about his teaching with calm energy, guiding students with the same patience and brilliance they had always known. Yet at night, when the torches guttered low and the castle fell quiet, he returned to his parchments, his hand traced diagrams of runes and symbols, his mind circling the problem that would not leave him. The Aurelian lens was gone, but the idea remained, and ideas once born were stubborn things. One evening as he sat in his chamber, a knock came at the door. He looked up to find Mr. Catterick standing there, hat in his hands. The squib looked thinner than before, his eyes ringed with sleeplessness. Professor, Catterick said awkwardly, I've been thinking, I cannot stay here much longer. Every shadow makes me think of them.
Every sound in the corridor, I imagine the circle has come for me again. Dumbledore rose, placing a gentle hand on the man's shoulder. You have been braver than you know. If you wish to leave, I will see you safely to your sister. But know this, the circle preys upon fear. Do not let them steal your peace. Cadric swallowed hard. Do you think they are finished with us? Dumbledore's eyes darkened. No, they are gathering even now. He was right. Deep beneath the ruins of an abandoned abbey in the north, the quietest circle convened once more. Their leader stood at the center of a stone chamber, a single torch casting long shadows across the walls. Around her knelt her followers, their faces hidden beneath hoods. March has failed us, the leader said, her voice cold as iron. Yet her failure has shown us our path. The Ministry has taken the lens, hidden it away like cowards. And Dumbledore, he has proven himself our greatest foe. A murmur of anger spread through the circle. Then we strike at him? One voice asked. No, the leader replied. We strike at what he protects. We strike at Hogwarts itself. The chamber fell silent. Hogwarts is fortress and sanctuary, the leader went on. It is the heart of wizarding Britain. If we shatter it, if we prove that secrecy fails even there, the Ministry will bow. They will see that knowledge is not to be tamed, but to be feared. She raised her wand, and sparks of black light spiraled upward. Gather your strength. In 3 nights, we move. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt the shift before any news reached him. A heaviness in the air, a prickle at the edge of wards, too subtle for most to sense. Fawkes grew restless, his wings flickering with stray flames. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, Dumbledore stood at the window of his classroom when Professor Merrythought entered. She carried a stack of essays, but her sharp eyes studied him more than her papers. You've been brooding, Albus, she said bluntly. I've known you long enough to see it. What trouble is brewing now? Dumbledore hesitated. The circle will not rest. They will come again. Merrythought set down the essays. Then tell the headmaster. Tell the Ministry. The Ministry would bury the truth deeper still, Dumbledore said quietly. And Headmaster Dippet, he fears for the school's safety, as any wise leader would. But I cannot leave him blind to what I sense. Merrythought's gaze softened, though her tone remained brisk. You always carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Don't forget, Albus, you're not alone here. If the circle comes, we fight together. Her words warmed him more than she knew. That night, as the castle settled into sleep, Dumbledore climbed once more to the astronomy tower. The stars glittered sharp above, the moon a silver coin on the horizon. He stood long in silence, Fawkes perched beside him, the wind tugging at his robes. They will come here, he murmured. Not for the lens, it is gone, but for the meaning of it, for what Hogwarts represents. They would rather destroy than risk discovery. Fawkes trilled softly, a note of both warning and comfort. Dumbledore's hand tightened on the stone railing. Then let them come. This school is more than walls and towers. It is hope, and hope is not so easily broken. 2 days later, the warning came in earnest. A storm gathered over the highlands, black clouds rolling in from the sea. The wind howled through the turrets, and lightning forked across the sky. The wards of Hogwarts quivered, shimmering like glass, struck by invisible hammers. Students whispered in the corridors, uneasy though they did not know why. Dumbledore strode through the halls with purpose, summoning professors to prepare. Mary thought joined him, wand already drawn. Professor Flitwick, then a young dueling master, came at his side, his sharp eyes gleaming. Even Binns drifted along, muttering about wards from centuries past. By evening, every professor stood ready. The headmaster, though anxious, trusted Dumbledore's judgment. "Do what must be done, Albus," he said heavily. "Protect the school." As night fell, the storm broke in full fury. Thunder shook the walls, rain lashed against the windows, and then, through the tempest, came the sound of voices, harsh, chanting voices, rising from beyond the gates. The circle had come. Dumbledore stood at the main doors, wand in hand, his robes whipping in the wind. Fawkes soared above, a streak of fire against the black sky. His heart beat steady. He had fought them before, and he would fight them again. But this time, the fate of Hogwarts itself hung in the balance. The storm raged above Hogwarts, its thunder rolling like the march of giants. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the castle's towers in blinding flashes. At the gates, cloaked figures advanced through sheets of rain, their chanting rising above the tempest. The quietus circle had come with all their fury, their eyes gleaming with fanatical fire. Inside the castle, students huddled in their common rooms, their prefects keeping watch. The professors had gathered in the entrance hall, their wands drawn, their faces grim. Dumbledore stood at their head, his cloak sodden from the storm, his wand gleaming with ready light. Fawkes circled high above, his cry echoing through the stone halls. "They mean to breach the gates," Dumbledore said, his voice steady. "We will not let them. Remember, defend, disarm, protect. We fight not for ourselves, but for the school." A murmur of agreement ran through the staff. Even the usually absent-minded Professor Binns floated taller than usual, muttering incantations from battles long past. The first blow struck. A surge of dark light slammed against the wards, sending ripples across the enchanted barriers that guarded the castle. Sparks showered like falling stars. Again and again the circle hurled their power, chanting with ruthless rhythm. The wards buckled, groaned, and finally, with a shudder like breaking glass, the gates burst open. The circle poured through. "Stand fast," Dumbledore cried. The battle erupted. Spells flashed in every color, painting the storm with light. The professors held their ground, shields blossoming, counter curses flying. The circle fought with wild fury, their chants weaving together in dangerous harmony. The entrance hall shook with the clash of magic. Dumbledore waded into the heart of the fight, his wand moving like a conductor's baton. He transfigured curses into harmless streams of water, disarmed attackers with whips of golden rope, and shielded his colleagues with barriers of crystal light. Wherever he moved, the tide turned, yet still the circle pressed on. At their center stood their gaunt leader, her hood thrown back, her eyes burning with hatred. She raised both arms, her voice ringing above the storm. "Down with secrecy, down with false science, let magic break free." Dark energy gathered around her, a sphere of writhing power. With a scream, she hurled it forward. It tore through the hall, shattering shields, scattering professors. The stones cracked beneath its path. Dumbledore stepped forward, raising his wand high. His voice was calm, yet it carried like thunder. "Protego Maxima." A dome of light burst into being, golden and vast. The dark sphere struck it and shattered into harmless sparks. Gasps filled the hall. The circle staggered, their chant faltering. Seizing the moment, the professors rallied. Merrythough's curses struck with sharp precision. Flitwick's dueling spells knocked attackers flat, and Binns, forgetful though he was, summoned wards older than the castle itself, weaving them into the very stones. The battle turned, but the leader was not finished. With a shriek of fury, she drew from her cloak another object, the broken shard of the lens that March had once wielded. It glowed with unstable crimson, veins of fire crawling across its surface. "With this," she cried, "we shall unmake your fortress." She thrust the shard into the air. At once, the storm above twisted, lightning drawn downward, striking the shard again and again. The air vibrated with dangerous energy. The castle's walls trembled, dust falling from the ceiling. Dumbledore's heart leapt. If she unleashed the shard's power, the backlash could rip through Hogwarts itself. He raised his wand. "Fawkes!" The Phoenix answered at once, diving through the storm in a blaze of fire. His song rose clear and fierce, cutting through the circle's chants. The leader screamed, struggling to hold the shard steady. Dumbledore focused every ounce of his will. His wand traced a circle, his voice ringing with ancient syllables. He reached not for destruction, but for balance, for the law that underpinned all magic. The shard quivered, fighting against him. Its crimson light flared, then faltered. Fawkes struck, his tears falling upon the shard, searing its corruption away. With a final cry, the object shattered, exploding into harmless dust. The leader collapsed to her knees, her power broken. Around her, the circle faltered. Some fled into the storm, others were bound by the professor's spells. The entrance hall fell silent but for the hiss of rain. It was over. When dawn came, the castle stood unharmed, its towers gleaming in the pale light. The students emerged cautiously, whispering of the storm, never knowing how close their home had come to ruin. In the headmaster's office, Dippet clasped Dumbledore's shoulder. "You have saved us all, Albus, yet I fear the Ministry will not thank you for it." "Perhaps not," Dumbledore said softly, "but thanks was never the goal." He gazed out at the brightening sky. The lens was gone, but its truth remained. He had seen magic measured, had proven its harmony with the order of the world. The circle had tried to silence it. The Ministry would try to bury it, but neither could undo what had been revealed. That evening, Dumbledore sat alone in his chamber, quill in hand. Upon fresh parchment, he wrote the first lines of what would become his modest paper. On the persistence of charm fields, a contribution to science. He smiled faintly. The words looked humble, almost dull, yet within them lay a spark that could light the future. Fawkes sang from his perch, his song soft and bright. The Phoenix's fire glowed upon the parchment, as though blessing the work. Dumbledore leaned back, weary but content. The circle was broken, the school safe, the truth preserved, and though questions lingered, though dangers still lay ahead, he knew this much. Knowledge, once kindled, would endure. And so his tale, like the aurora that had lit the heavens, would shine long after the storm had passed.